and makes us extremely weak, even after the whole system is working. First, it infects us, then it has a 2-week incubation period when it is making the whole system extremely weak. And after that, it shows it is positive within the body. And after that, people are undergoing symptoms long after even they are testing negative for COVID-19. So here we have that timeline in a visual format. We have the 2-week incubation period, and then the prodromal period, then the acute period, and then the convalescence. So this is the time when the infection is dying down. And we can see the slow progression of how someone is suffering from COVID and how this usually takes around 22 days to come in full cycle. And you can also see that the convalescence period is much longer than anything else, meaning that the time that the whole immune system is recovering back, even after the symptoms stop showing up, is longer than every single other period. Yes, the next slide, please. And also you can see the impact of COVID-19 here, where we can clearly see how COVID sits amidst other deadly diseases throughout history. On one side, we have HIV and AIDS, and the other side, the Hong Kong flu. And we're seeing how on the most deadly side, erring on the deadly side, is coronavirus, and how it is extremely potent, extremely dangerous in the timeline of the history of pandemics. And further studies done by the University of Oxford found that the cells are profoundly impaired after recovering from COVID. And here's an article from the Immunology Network, a very reputable journal, again, on the analysis of long-term impact of COVID-19 on the cellular immune system in individuals recovering from COVID-19. And that reveals a profound NKT cell impairment. And another article from another immunology journal saying COVID-19 immunology briefing notice, where what we know about long-term health consequences and priorities for research. So actually we can see that many of the immunologists and the top researchers in the field are focusing especially on how COVID-19 is affecting the immunity, and what are the side effects of COVID-19, and why COVID is affecting the body long after even the symptoms are gone, and affecting the daily function of a person. And also the British Society for Immunology, that is the right-hand side article, has also claimed that the effects of COVID are far beyond respiratory health. It also affects the cardiovascular and renal systems. So especially when the COVID is defined as an autoimmune immunosuppressor, it can affect all systems of the body, because ultimately when under attack, all systems of the body are becoming vulnerable. The next slide, please. Yes. And here we can see an excerpt from the research briefing on how the human body is affected after COVID. And the name given to those suffering from COVID-like symptoms after the infection has passed is called long COVID. And long COVID can affect the lungs, the cardiovascular system, the circulatory system, and it can also cause fatigue and inflammation. And one of the quotes from the previous articles from immunology journals are saying this exact thing. And again, we can see the exact example of how the lungs can be affected in someone who has corona. So on the left-hand side, we are seeing a pair of healthy lungs with extremely viable tissue. And on the right-hand side, you're seeing COVID-scarred lungs. And obviously, it really looks as though the right-hand side is extremely malfunctioning. You can see that there are more black parts. The parts are not as healthy looking as the right-hand side. And again, we have the subtitle here that says, in the scarred lungs on the right, there are much larger areas of darkness representing parts of the lungs that are that are having difficulty transporting oxygen into bloodstream. So obviously, if we're looking at this and how the lungs are impaired after COVID, we can understand how all the systems of our body will start to see the effects of not having enough oxygen in the body. And we also know here some of the symptoms of long COVID. Even after contracting COVID, your immune system is weakened and you are more susceptible to other illnesses. It here says that symptoms that can last weeks or months after being first infected with the virus. And multi-organ effects can affect most, if not all, body systems, including heart, lung, kidneys, skin, and brain function. So it really shows how COVID is an immunosuppressor, and people are experiencing the effects long after COVID is gone from their system, or long after they have healed, at least as far as their symptoms go. Their major acute symptoms they are suffering from. So now let us understand the second main revelation that Devi Parashakti had given, that all other diseases are waiting to attack human bodies. So here, Devi Parashakti is giving heed, is giving us warnings about the pandemics that are happening within pandemics. We can go on to the next slide. And the prime example of this is the black fungus, white fungus, and other fungal diseases that have swept through India, affecting recovered COVID patients. One of the most devastating things here is that 9,000 cases of this rare infection were found, and this is not very recent. This is about one or 2 months back, and we can see that even after the black and white fungus, yellow fungus cases are now reported in India. And again, how it's saying out of 5,424 cases, 4,556 patients have a history of COVID-19 infection. So what this is again showing is that there is pandemics. Literally how COVID works is allowing for other diseases which are waiting to infest in human bodies to start doing so and to start really taking over the human body. And that is exactly how black fungus, white fungus, and all the fungal diseases are working. Because of not having proper sterilization, the use of steroids in the medication for COVID, and also the high population of people who are suffering from diabetes in India makes the population extremely vulnerable to fungal disease. The next slide, please. And here we're seeing some really devastating visuals of people who are undergoing the fungus diseases as well as COVID-19. Finally, let us understand how COVID is also becoming stronger in multiple forms. This is the last of Devi Parashakti's revelations, and we'll be showing here in the next slide how COVID is becoming more and more stronger in multiple forms. So other variants of coronavirus have also recently been discovered, and we have seen the articles, we have seen the news and the research by various different institutions showing how different countries have found different variants, and those variants have gone and infected others in other countries, whether it is India, Brazil, South Africa, or United Kingdom. As you can see the examples here, all of these variants are highly potent and being shown in numerous different countries around the world. And viruses generally mutate, but in the case of COVID, we have seen them become more dominant, meaning they're more powerful and likely to affect more and more millions of people. And here you can see a table where it shows us the variants that have swept the world. Again, in the United Kingdom, South Africa, Brazil, and India, with the alpha, beta, gamma, and delta variants respectively. These are all recognized by the World Health Organization and shown to be extremely strong and able to transmit far more easier than the original variant. The next slide, please. Yes. So the danger of these variants are also further highlighted and categorized. The World Health Organization categorized the Delta variant as one of the most highly transmissible variants of COVID-19. And this small infographic can also show us the 4 variants that are currently circulating. And we can also see how many countries have been affected by that particular variant. So there's the Alpha variant from the United Kingdom with 117 countries which have reported it. The Beta variant from South Africa, which has 122 countries which have reported it. And the Gamma variant with 74 countries. And the Delta variant with 104 countries. And we also saw how more than 4,500 sequences of the variant have been detected in about 60 countries. Studies suggest it is around 60% more transmissible than the Alpha variant, which was more contagious than the original strain that emerged from China. And secondary attack rates have also been known to be 51 to 67% higher than that of the Alpha variant. And this is all compared to the Delta variant. And we're seeing a map of the tracked variant occurrences in all the countries. Yes, the next slide, please. Now let us just watch this brief video where Devi Parashakti reveals further on the other variants of COVID-19. Yes. Now, what Devi Parashakti said, the translation is as follows. Corona is destroyed, but it will take 4 years for the political conspiracies done by humans to end. I will protect my devotees, disciples, and Kailasa vasis, but no suffering will come for my devotees. But it will take 4 years for the conspiracy of Corona to end. It will come to end only in 2025. It is a conspiracy, a human conspiracy. So the article here shows us how the third wave of COVID may hit its peak between October to November if the government panel scientists. And as per Devi's revelations, we can see from the below article that there is yet more of COVID to come for India. The article continued to say that new variant was discovered, it would spread faster during this third wave. With more waves of COVID coming up, what is the best way to protect ourselves? And we have to ask ourselves, does anyone have the solution? And the truth is that Kailasa is the only place that is safe, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the only hope. You can sign up today if you are seeking protection from the rampaging COVID pandemic in India at kailasa.org/Kailasa Care. So please visit this website for more information or to register for the multi-layer quarantine residence inside of Kailasas in India. So there'll be all the information necessary for you there. Now, we'll be moving on to the next segment of today's program. In the next segment, we'll be understanding each and every one of the offerings that are available for everyone to do today. So with this, we'll now be taking a short break and we'll be...
Spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnations. Both. During the BHAVASAMADHI DARSHAN, literally those cosmic beings manifest through his body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
BHAVASAMADHI Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashiva will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Peethas all over the world.
Nithyanandam, welcome back to all the viewers. Now let us begin the offerings to Devi Parashakti. Yes, now let us begin Now, we'll be entering into the next segment in today's program on the offerings that you can do, you can manifest at the feet of Devi Parashakti. Now, in the Hindu tradition, the offerings are a part of the Hindu tradition, whether it is for our birthdays or for our anniversaries, for every new year or any celebration in our lives. We often have the habit of inviting God, inviting the divine cosmic beings to be with us and to guide us, thank them for guiding us thus far, and request their blessings and guidance further in our lives. And whatever it is, we always seek the blessings of the divine, and we have such deep personal sentiments for the divine. And that is where this tradition of offerings comes from. It is a deep, sacred sentiment and a way to feel the deep feeling of oneness with the divine cosmic beings. And first of all, the significance of the offerings is actually entirely a part of the Leela that the avatar plays when he is landing on planet Earth. And every offering is simply a part of that Leela of enlightenment. And every offering is out of complete love, gratitude, and oneness with the divine, and not out of any kind of fear or greed. So now, let us chant the Dhyana Shloka for Manonmani from the Moolagama. And we can understand from Devi Parashakti all the offerings that we can offer today to Devi Parashakti after. So let us chant this Dhyana Shloka. Indu nivabeda karavahni niyanam syat pankajavara japakshara saryaguptam angahimabhushana vichitravasanam syat tunga mukatojjvala manonmani swarupam. The next slide, please. The English translation. Moonlight face holding the Vedas on hand and fire in eyes, with the lotus flower gracing and blessing hands, and one hand with the japamala, beautifully decorated with jeweled ornaments in wonderful clothes and shining bright crown. Her name is Manonmani. Now I'll be chanting the next Dhyana Shloka, a part of the Moolagama. Dhyaye devim trinetram shashi nibhavadanam vedahastam dadanam savye padmam varadam apare chabhayam chakshamalam divyera varana vibhushita tanum brahmadi vipujitam devimeva manonmanim pratidinam kamatra datrim shubham. And the English translation. I meditate on Devi with 3 eyes glowing like a moon and holding the Vedas, lotus and gracing with blessing and gracing hands. She is wearing beautiful ornaments and she is worshipped by Brahma and other many gods and showers auspicious boons for all actions every day. Now, the significance of the divine element gold. This is something that we must first understand before we are explaining to each and every one of you the vast array of exquisite offerings that you can make to Devi Parashakti. Now, in the Atharva Veda, chapter 5, verse 28, there is the verse reference for the significance of the divine element gold. And I'll just be chanting the translation. Triply born by birth is this gold from atoms of Agni is one. It becomes dearest to Agni, and one fell away from Soma when it was heard. One they call the seed of virtuous and powerful Apaha. Let that triple gold be for your long life. Understand that gold is a divine element. It purifies anything that it touches, and it is an element of spiritual significance and great spiritual power of healing and enlightening. The vibration of gold has the power to infuse sattva energy and positive thought currents in anyone who wears and anyone who sees or operates in its vicinity. Gold is present in all the scriptures and the agamas, including the Vedas, Shrutis, Smritis, Itihasas, and Puranas. In all the Hindu scriptures, it is abundantly displayed that gold is the most auspicious and pure metal which purifies our being. In the Hindu civilization, everything was built and exchanged in gold, and ritual feasts were even offered in gold bricks. And when one was to be saved from life-threatening illnesses, gold was offered as a ritual fee. Gold was in abundance and used for weighing equivalent amounts of commodities, including pounds. And kingdoms were built with huge doors of gold. The streets would have huge columns and huge archways made of gold. And even the horses and cows, which all were living in coexistence, were dressed in gold. The Hindu civilization thrived on the banks of the rivers of gold. The Indus River was called the Hiranyamaya and in the Rig Veda, and the river Saraswati was called the Hiranyavartani in the Atharva Veda. Gold is a supreme element for offering gifts to the ones you love and revere. And temples are constructed and paved in gold. Deities are made in gold and decked and adorned in gold. Because it preserves the enlightenment energy for thousands of years, it lasts forever. So please understand that gold has such high significance. And our Vedic rishis, the ancient scientists of the Vedic civilization, had understood this, and that's why applied it in all different ways. And of course, it was told by Paramashiva himself that gold has such high spiritual potency, has high spiritual properties, and was so significant in spirituality as being a superconductor for enlightenment energy within inside each and every one of us. And that is how all different areas of the civilization, including the animals, the economy, the architecture, the arts, everything had some layer of gold in it. It was applied and placed in all different directions. That is why the Hindu civilization was the enlightenment civilization, because of how they literally recognized the amount of beauty and the science of enlightenment, and they applied it in all different aspects, including in the offerings that one gives to the ones that they love and revere, including the divine cosmic beings, the gods and goddesses. In our day and age, yes, the gold is actually a gift that we offer to our loved ones, perhaps in a piece of jewelry or something like that. But we often miss the divine qualities that gold holds, the extremely powerful way of how gold is a holder, a superconductor of enlightenment energy. Yes, now let us understand the first offering that we have for each and every one of you today. The first offering is the E-Hundi offering. Now let me chant the Pramana. Bhakti Priya, Bhakti Ghamya, Bhakti Vashya Bhayapaha, Shambhavi Sharadaradhya, Sharvani Sharmadaini. And the English translation goes, Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion, and she removes all fears. Now in this verse, we understand that Devi can remove all the fear of anyone. If there is fear in your mind, she can remove that simply. And she is the one who carries us deeply and is so compassionate. Just if you have just a mere ounce or shred of devotion in your heart, she literally removes all fears from you and bestows her ultimate compassion. And also it is stated that Devi is worshipped in autumn. Now, this does not mean the season autumn that comes every single year, but it means the time in our lives when the thoughts turn more and more inwards, and the role of divine is known and understood clearly. The need for Devi worship becomes stronger. So you can offer the e-hundi offering. It is a extremely easy offering that you can make. And many of us have the beautiful sacred sentiment of every time we go to the temple, we offer the hundi offering. We just offer a few coins or any amount that we feel like into the hundi. Now, you can do that same thing through this in your digital experience with the divine, in this sacred shrine that Devi Parashakti has made available on all the different social media platforms wherever you are. Yes. And the next offering is the Sankalpa chanting. This offering is of the conscious resolution. I'll just chant the Devi Mahatmyam, chapter 12, verse 34, English translation. The goddess enchants this universe, and she herself gives birth to this universe. That goddess, being prayed without any interest in anything, gives the knowledge that leads to salvation and gives wealth in the materialistic sense. The offering of the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution, blesses the person with all the fruition of their desires and wishes which they are yearning for. So this offering is such a divine offering. If you have a conscious resolution that you want to declare, you can just offer this conscious resolution. Make sure that you, if you have any interest, go to tiny.cc/Devi offerings and you can continue the next steps with this offering right away. And a conscious declaration can be anything. It can be that what you want to manifest. For example, you want to manifest Devi's blessings, or you want to manifest a certain job, or a certain amount of wealth, or a certain relationship to flower. Whatever it is, you can have that conscious declaration and that conscious resolution and seek Devi Parashakti's blessings. And surely with her blessings, you'll have all the fruition, the happiness and joy that comes with the fulfillment of that desire. The next offering is a very unique, very special offering, the Sahasranama Swarna Kasu. Now, in the Lalita Sahasranamam, Devi Parashakti is referred as Nama Parayana Prita, meaning the one who loves the repetition of her various names. So this offering is an ode to that beautiful sentiment about Devi Parashakti, and it is the gold coin which is inscribed with each and every one of Devi Parashakti's 1008 names from the Sahasranamam. So all of the names of Devi Parashakti will be chanted during this offering, and it will be offered directly to the Mahameru of Devi Parashakti, and you will receive the blessings to have the Ananta Kalyana Gunas. And actually the 1008 different offerings are actually the offerings of Devi Parashakti, and all the divine qualities of Devi Parashakti. So that is what is the Sahasranama. And when we chant that, we understand the sacred significance of how the chant invokes that certain energy inside of us. And thus it invokes that energy, that quality inside of us. So in these offerings, it is a very beautiful science which the ancient Vedic rishis had revived, had consolidated from the teachings of Paramashiva himself, and thus we practice it as a ritual today. So this is a very beautiful offering that you can do. Once again, if you'd like to offer any of these offerings, you can go directly to tiny.cc/Devi-offerings. If you'd like a few brief steps of how you need to do this, don't worry, we'll go through all the steps at the end of this segment, and you can just stay tuned until the end of the segment. The next offering is the Mukta Anguti, a very beautiful offering, which is the pearl finger ring. Now, if you are a devotee of Devi Meenakshi, the queen, the sovereign queen ruler of the oldest ancient indigenous kingdom of Madurai, then you know that Devi Parashakti, manifesting the form of Devi Meenakshi, who was the queen of Madurai in her time, as she was the living incarnation. At that time, she was adored the pearls, and all of her jewelry had pearls. In fact, in the verse, the Meenakshi Pancharatnam, which I'll be chanting now, she is referred as the one who is decorated with all of the pearls. I'll just be chanting that verse. Muktahara nalasat kirita ruchiram purnendu vaktra prabham Chinjannu purakinkini manidaram padma prabhabasuram Sarvabhita pradam girisutam vani rama sevitam Meenakshi pranatosmi santatamaham karunyavaram nidhim. And the English translation goes, I bow down to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garlands of pearls and face shining like the full moon, who wears anklets that are studded with gemstones and has small bells, and who is shining like the splendor of a lotus, who grants all the wishes, the daughter of the mountain, who is worshipped by the goddess Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to the goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. So this was a beautiful invocation of Devi Meenakshi. And if you'd like the blessings of Devi Meenakshi, Parashakti herself in the human form, for all of your business endeavors, for success in your career, and in the ambition that you want to fulfill in your life, then you can offer this Mukta Anguti and have the blessings of Devi Parashakti in your hand at all times. You will be showered with all of the compassion and the pure love from Devi Meenakshi. The next slide, please. And the next offering is the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the golden lotus. And this is referred in the Kamika Agama, one of the oldest scriptures actually. So it says that all the kalasas should be wound around with suitable thread and covered with new cloth. They should be adorned in the lotus flower made of gold. So this is the reference, perhaps the earliest references, which signifies the lotus flower which is made of gold and how that is used during worship. And not just here, but in so many places in the Devi Parashakti, in the different scriptures, in all of the different scriptures, the lotus is a extremely profound worship object, or it is actually considered divine in itself. In fact, all of the worship that is involving worship of the ultimate Paramashiva involves in some way or form either the mudras or asanas or the consecration of the deities, all of which involve the flower, the lotus flower, and not just the flower, but also the leaf, the pericarp, and the petals. And that's why the lotus is actually considered a divine flower. So in fact, the Shakti of Paramashiva is also called a lotus, and the base of the Paramashiva linga is also considered as a lotus. The disciple of Paramashiva is considered as a lotus, which is about to bloom as well. So just as the lotus in any single pond or any place is actually able to bloom and have and radiate its grace and beauty, just like that, you will be able to radiate the state, space, powers, and being of Devi Parashakti in any adverse situation of your life. That is what the beautiful golden lotus actually represents, and what you will be bestowed if you offer this Swarna Padma Pushpa, the golden lotus. Yes, and the next offering is the Swarna Metti, the golden toe ring. In fact, the toe ring is a traditional Hindu jewelry which the married women wear, and it carries such significance for the married women. For Devi Parashakti herself, it is referred how Devi's feet brings utmost auspiciousness to the devotee. I'll just be chanting that verse now. Nakhadiditi samchana namajjana tamo guna padadvaya prabhajala parakrita sororuha. You whose brightness from toenails destroys the darkness of ignorance from the minds of your devotees who prostrate at your feet. You whose brightness from your 2 feet overpowers that of the lotus flower. The next slide, please. Yes, you can offer this Swarnameti, this beautiful golden toe ring, Devi Parashakti, and forever your sacred sentiments will be at the feet of Devi Parashakti, adorning her feet. And you will constantly be in gratitude for receiving her blessings even in the most difficult aspects of your life. Now, finally, the last of these beautiful, unique golden offerings is the Swarna Mangtika, one of the most unique offerings. And again, the Mangtika is the offering of a sacred piece of jewelry, which has a very deep spiritual significance. The Mangtika actually represents the nectar, which is overflowing from the Sahasrara Chakra. For those of you who don't know, the Sahasrara Chakra is the 1,000-petaled lotus at the crown of the head. And when it is open, the nectar which is flowing from that is represented by the Mangtika. There's such a beautiful significance that is brought out in the Hindu arts and the Hindu scriptures. In fact, in the Devi Mahatmyam and different Devi scriptures, she is referred and described as Shuddha Sarabhi Varshani, meaning that she who makes the nectar flow in all of our nerves from the Sahasrara, she who gives a very pleasant experience of the ultimate. And you can offer this Mangtika today and simply achieve that space of overflowing gratitude and the space of complete completion. It's such a beautiful offering with so much of sacred sentiment, and each and every one of you can have the blessing of really feeling that true sentiment, that connection to Devi Parashakti. Once again, if you'd like to go ahead and start making the steps towards the payment for any of these offerings, you can go to tiny.cc/Devi offering. And the next offering is one of the most coveted, the most precious offerings that you can do, especially during this time of the Guru Purnima Brahmotsavam, the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. Yes. We can go on to the next slide. Yes. So I'll just be chanting once again the verse. Nakadiditi samchana namajjana tamo guna. Nakadiditi samchana namajjana tamo guna. Padadvaya prabhajala parakrita saroruha. The illuminating splendor of Devi's toenails dispels the darkness of ignorance in devotees prostrating at her feet, and her feet defeat the lotus in beauty. So in Shlokam number 83 of the Saundarya Lahari, it states that the nails have been sharpened by constantly being touched by the crowns of celestial beings who always prostrate before Devi. And that is this is a description of the very feet and the very toenails which are bestowing the ultimate liberation, salvation, and supreme knowledge, and liberating us from that tamo guna, the darkness and ignorance. So Devi is the very embodiment of the remover of all of the darkness and attaining the ultimate knowledge. And as well as the Sarva Deva Devi Swarupa, the form of all of the gods and goddesses, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is accepting the Pratyaksha Pada Puja during the Guru Purnima day. I invite each and everyone to participate in some way during this very celebrative festival that is celebrated across all sampradayas of Hindus. The last offering that is available for each and every one of you today is the Vastra Seva, the offering of the sacred cloth which will adorn Devi Parashakti embodied in the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and will decorate his very body. So you will be able to receive all of the auspicious blessings with this offering. As you can see here, we have a table full of all of the offerings available for you today. The E-Hundi offering, the foremost offering, which you can offer for any amount and you can offer at any time as well. You have the Sankalpa chanting, the Devi Sahasranama Kasu, the Mukta Anguti, the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the Swarna Metti, the Swarna Mangtika, and the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, as well as the Vastra Seva. Now, you might fall into two categories as we proceed for the next steps in making these offerings. One, you might be ready today to make these offerings. If you are in that category, then that's awesome, that's great. you can go and proceed to tiny.cc/Devi offerings and start taking the steps to make the payment and register yourself for the offering today. Now, perhaps you're in the category where you'd like help in manifesting these offerings. We can go on to the next slide, please. Yes, so perhaps you're in the category where you're interested in making these offerings, or you need help in manifesting, or you need more details in some way or form. If you need help in manifesting, perhaps you don't feel you have enough time to make this offering and to make the arrangements for the offering, or perhaps you feel that you need help in offering, or you don't have the money to offer. Now, you can start taking the steps to manifest these offerings today. Ensure that you are offering in some way or form to Devi Parashakti. You can go to tiny.cc/BHAVASAMADHI and make your intention to make an offering today. This is a very valuable step that you can take in order to start manifesting today. Manifesting what you want in your life through these beautiful offerings that you can make. Now, the online payment, if you are ready, is again tiny.cc/Devi-offerings. And please make sure that after you have filled out the payment registration form, you go to tiny.cc/Devi, you go to tiny.cc/Sankalpa2021, and you will be able to go to the offer. You can ensure that all of your names and your family members' names are also chanted during the puja. This is a very important step, so please don't forget. If you are making a payment, make sure that you are filling out this form, the Sankalpa 2021 form, as it will take in all the details of your family member's name and your names, and the names of your, as well as different names that you, on whose behalf you are offering the puja today. So those names will be chanted and all of the blessings will be bestowed on you. So that brings us to a conclusion of this segment on the different offerings that you can do. And I'd also just like to take every one of the viewers through a very brief walkthrough of these links. So if we can go to the tiny.cc/Devi-offerings link, and we can be able to show each and every one of you how you can make these payments, how you can make your payment, what are the different options, and how it can be a very easy process for you today. Yes, so we can just briefly show each and every one of you how to make the payment today, how you can go step by step. Yes, as you can see here, we have the donation link. So any payment that you'd like to make is right here. You can see that there's a drop-down menu where you can select the offering that you'd like to make today. And then once you select that, you can go to add to cart. Once you go to the cart, you will be able to review all the items, different offerings that you'd like to offer. Then you can proceed to checkout, and you'll be asked for your payment details as well as your billing details, and the different information which is required. And then you can conclude the payment. After that, you make sure to go to the Sankalpa 2021 form. This form is very important. Yes. So as you can see, this is the payment, the donation link, and request if we can show the Sankalpa 2021 form as well, so that all the viewers can take a look at what form they need to fill. After you make the payment, you should make sure that you are filling out the Sankalpa 2021 form. And not only this, but if you would like to make an e-hundi donation or a donation for any amount, you can also use the YouTube super chat. So on YouTube, we have a very special feature where if you are a member, and we highly encourage that you are a member of the Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel, and you can make a donation through this super chat. And there are very easy steps where you can pay from credit card, debit card, or PayPal through the YouTube super chat. So as you can see, this is the these are the links for your payment to make it a very easy process. In order for you to make the offerings that you want to, that you can do to deepen your relationship with Devi Parashakti today. Now, it has come time, it is concluding this segment in today's program. In the next segment, we will be joined by the Adi Kailasa Sarvagna Peetham representatives and hearing the latest updates from Adi Kailasa Sarvagna Peetham and the Kailasa COVID care which is going on. In fact, there are so many of the people who are residents currently of the multi-layer quarantine in Adi Kailasa Sarvagna Peetham, and they are enjoying the different benefits, not just the multi-layer quarantine where they are absolutely safe from the ongoing dangers of the pandemic on the outside, but also they are enjoying the spiritual routine, enjoying the high energy spiritual field that is the Adi Kailasa Sarvagna Peetham, where the very feet of the Avatar graced for so many years and had literally energized the area with so many different alchemy processes and spiritual processes. As well, it's the land and place of the Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalayam and the Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Kalpavriksha. In all these different ways, continuously the current residents of the Kailasa COVID care campus in Adi Kailasa Sarvagna Peetham are benefited continuously, and we'll be hearing from them in just a few short minutes, and we'll be able to be joined by them and hearing from them about the latest updates going on in India. So with this, we'll be concluding this segment in today's program, and we'll be right back with you after a short break.
Spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnations, both. During the BHAVASAMADHI darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But the Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
BHAVASAMADHI Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashiva will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model community. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanyapitas all over the world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment time. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings.
Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones.
Nithyanandam, we'll now be entering into the next segment in today's program, understanding the different layers of the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Over the last couple of weeks, in the month of July, we have actually each and every one, Kailasas across the world, been observing the Hindu Persecution Awareness Month and bringing awareness to the genocide against Hindus, which is ongoing. Now, on one side, each and every one of us, Kailasians, at least, we know the immense amount of good the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has brought to the world, and his mission to uplift the world with the super conscious breakthrough. We know that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is perhaps the only last hope for Hinduism to even survive to the next generation. However, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has undergone so much of persecution and attacks against himself and his character due to just the sole factor that he is the last lamp for Hinduism. Now, today we'll be understanding the different ways that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has always been contributing through Kailasa's Nithyananda Hindu Library, which began all the way back with the beginning of the advent of the Avatar, the world's largest Hindu collection on Hinduism. Now, let us begin with the Avatar Leela. Now, before we move on into the next segments, we'll be hearing from the Adi Kailasa Sarvagnapeetham administrators on the updates from the Adi Kailasa Sarvagnapeetham and the Kailasa COVID care campuses. So we'll be right back with you in just a short break before we proceed with the next segment.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism, subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign, manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnations, both. During the BHAVASAMADHI Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish the sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
BHAVASAMADHI darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
Nithyananda, the yes, Nithyananda, the next segment is about the environment and the world and the animals, the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on the environment and animals today. In a first Bronx zoo tiger, Nadia tests positive for COVID-19, develops dry cough, loss of appetite. A tiger at New York's Bronx Zoo has tested positive for COVID-19. The institution said that Sunday it is believed to have contracted the virus from a caretaker who was asymptomatic at the time. Two tigers at Virginia Zoo tested positive for coronavirus. Two tigers have tested positive for coronavirus, and the third tiger has mild respiratory symptoms at the Virginia Zoo in Norfolk, officials at the facility said. In a new release, officials at the zoo said that Wednesday that two Malayan tigers named Ocilio and Stubbly went through initial testing that showed that they were virus positive. It follows another case from last week when a Malayan tiger at Bronx Zoo tested positive for the virus. The lioness dies of suspected coronavirus infection in Chennai's Vandalur Zoo. 9 lions test positive. A 9 lion 9-year-old lioness died of suspected coronavirus infection in Chennai's Vanalur Zoo, while 9 other lions have tested positive. An official communication from the zoo said that the lioness Neela died on Thursday evening. The animal showed some nasal discharge on Wednesday, after which it was given treatment immediately. However, it died. Samples collected from 9 lions and tested at the National Institute of High Security Animal Disease at Bhopal in Madhya Pradesh confirmed the infection. Three snow leopards test positive for coronavirus, making it the 6th confirmed animal species. Another big cat species tested positive for coronavirus, this time a snow leopard. It is the 6th animal species confirmed to have been infected with viruses after the human contact. 3 snow leopards, 2 males and a female, tested positive for the virus at the Louisville Zoo. The zoo and the US Department of Agriculture, Animal and Plant Inspection Service confirmed Friday. Second lion in Indian Zoo dies of COVID-19 and 10 more still being treated for the infection. A second lion at Indian's Vanalur Zoo dies after a COVID infection. The zoo authorities announced that 10 other lions continue to be treated for the disease, suggesting that big cats in zoological facilities may be more vulnerable to the coronavirus than the previously thought. Four lions at Spanish Zoo test positive for COVID-19. Barcelona. 4 lions at Barcelona Zoo have tested positive for COVID-19. Veterinary authorities said on Tuesday in one of a just handful of documented cases globally in which large felinas have contracted coronavirus. 3 females named Zala, Nima, and Rangran, and Kyumbe, a male, was tested positive after keepers noticed that they show slight symptoms of coronavirus. Gorillas at Santiago Park test positive for coronavirus. Several gorillas at the Santiago Park Safari Park have tested positive for the coronavirus, in which it is believed to be first known case among such primates in USA and possibly the entire world. An Ontario dog living with the 4 human COVID-19 patients is the first dog in Canada to test positive for the virus, but the researchers say that the discovery doesn't mean pet owners need not to worry. The animal is from the Niagara region and lived in a home where 4 out of 6 people had the virus, according to Dr. Scott Weiss, the Chief of Infection Control at the University of Guelph's Ontario Veterinary College. "23 dogs in Washington test positive for COVID-19 antibodies. A group of dogs are the first known animals in Washington state to show the evidence of exposure to SARS-CoV-2, the virus that causes COVID-19, according to the Washington State Department of Agriculture. Is SARS-CoV-2 strain infection in pets more common than we thought? A small study that repeatedly tested the pets of people with COVID-19 suggests that 31% of dogs and 40% of cats acquired SARS-CoV-2 infection. Neutered pets and those who shared a bed with a human with the infection were more likely to contract the infection. The study reinforces the message that the people with COVID-19 should avoid close contact with their pets if possible. There remains no evidence that the pets with the infection can pass it to people or other animals. Now, let us see the contributions from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in this Department of Environment and the Agriculture. So first we have the global services under Kailasa's Department of State, which is the 6 international agencies, including the Saffron Om that works for the world peace, resolution and religious freedom, the Red Om that works for providing the relief work for natural and man-made calamities, working to eliminate world hunger, Blue Om working on the animal rights and prevention of cruelty towards animals, White Om that provides the psychological healing, spiritual counseling and a super conscious breakthrough, Yellow Om that provides Sat Vidya, yogic Ayurvedic solutions in medical care, including access to libraries and knowledge, Green Om that works on protecting the environment. Number 1 is the global services under Kailasa's Department of State, Saffron Om, that works for world peace, conflict resolution, and religious freedom. The picture, what you see, shows peace walk by millions of peacekeepers of Kailasa. This picture is specifically from Tiruvannamalai in India. The Red Om that provides relief work for natural and man-made calamities, working on the eliminating the world hunger. What you are seeing here is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism personally organizing relief efforts and free organic food distribution for Thane flood relief in Pondicherry, India in 2012. Next is the White Om providing the psychological healing, spiritual counseling and a super conscious breakthrough. In the picture, you're seeing the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is organizing the meditation program for the engineering college students for them to attain the super conscious breakthrough. What you're seeing is the Yellow Om providing Sat Vidya, yogic Ayurvedic solutions and medical care, including the access to libraries and knowledge. One of the Kailasa's many medical camps set up during the relief efforts of Thane flood in Pondicherry region. And what you're seeing below is the free yoga class that is held around the world, organized by Yellow Om for people from all ages. The next is the Green Om that is working for protecting the environment, organic fruits, vegetables, and grains cultivated by the peacekeepers of Kailasa, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The produce is offered as the Annadan, charitable service for providing free organic meals to everyone through various embassies and centers of Kailasa. The next is the Blue Om, working for the animal rights and prevention of cruelty towards animals. In Hinduism, cows are worshipped and endeared as Gaumata, who embodies 330 million deities and is a form of cosmic mother. The picture shows that the Gaumata with her calf spending time with the adolescents of the Nithyananda Gurukul. Now, what we are seeing is Kailasa's Goshala department, the concerning body for protection of animals, forests, and ocean, by establishing the lifestyle with zero impact on environment and protecting the right for all the living beings to live and achieve enlightenment. The department seeks to ensure that Sri Kailasa contributes towards growing the more healthy planet Earth. Kailasa's United Nations for Animal Rights is the extension of the protection according to Paramashiva to all his beings extended by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Swamiji, in 2004 itself in USA as an NGO serving the welfare of all the living beings. How is Kailasa working on protecting the animal rights? Through Kailasa's Gau Mandir project, there is ambition to restore, revere, and revive the cultural importance of cows as Gammata. It is raised cow status to Mandir and addressed it as Nithyananda Gau Mandir. The Nithyananda Gau Mandir is established to bring back the glory of Desi breeds of cows of Bharat breed and developed by our great rishis of Vedic era to nourish and serve the ritual needs. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidana, His Divine Holiness Swamiji, has stressed about the importance of cows, their smell, the power of Godholi, addressed cows as the Gomata, mother next to biological mother, who gave birth and deserves all the respect. He has been campaigning the vegetarian lifestyle for planet, going against the greedy wine and factory farming, and is bringing back the glorious agrarian-based society of Vedic era of Bharat. The Nithyananda Gau Mandir project is maintained by funds raised from the donations of Ghodan, Go Seva, Nitya Go Puja, offerings from Sarvangi Pita. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has envisioned 5,000 Desi cows in Nithyananda Goshala and showcasing to the world as the best Goshala and a place for the happiest cows kept as per Vedagamas. The milk from these Desi cows are used for rituals and Abhishekam of Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalaya and is being consumed by the Gurukul and Annalaya in Bengaluru Adinam. You have this opportunity to join us in these COVID care protection centers. You can register with us through the link below kailasa.org/Kailasa Care. kailasa.org/Kailasa Care. Let us take a few minutes to join and register yourselves in this link below kailasa.org/Kailasa Care. kailasa.org/KAILASACARE. Now let us also see the Kailasa's COVID care, opening the doors of Kailasa for not only for people but also all the species. It's such a beautiful pictures, and what you're going to see is very interesting segmented, where you can see all these pictures are part of Kailasa's COVID Care Protection Center. So Kailasa welcomes its first animal members of our COVID Care Protection Center, and you can see who arrived as pets from the first batch of quarantine members. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has welcomed all the beings. It is not just the human beings, but every single being at our campuses, and ensured provision of sanctuary facilities for pets and animals who will be cared for a non-violent vegetarian lifestyle. What you're seeing here is beautiful birds who have come here to feel protected from this COVID care. And more pictures from Nithyananda Goshala. Glimpses from Adi Kailasa's protective, preventive, multi-led quarantine facility, where you can see the cows are blissfully being milked. This is the Nithyananda Goshala facility in Adi Kailasa. This is from Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai, Arunachala Sarvanyapeetham in India, where the agriculture has been happening. Large-scale agriculture has been happening in Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai. So you can register through this link below, kailasa.org/Kailasa here. Let's take a few minutes to register in this link. It is not just for you, but your family members and also any living beings. You are welcome to be part of this COVID Care Protection Center. Let's take a few minutes to register yourselves in this link. Anshul, I think I have to find a different slide here. No, ஒண்ணுமே இல்ல content. அன்னதான் பண்ணலாமா? இதை அனுப்பிச்சிட்டேன் பாரு லிங்க். Start early on it, no? Okay, my thing is going to finish charge. What you're seeing is the contributions from the Nandi Sarvanyapeetham. Lazy Man's Abode for Enlightenment welcomes you. Do you want to experience a stress-free, leisure and relaxed lifestyle and get enlightened? The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is establishing the Nandi Sarvanyapeetham and reviving the entire tradition of Gaumata worship and Go Seva as per the Vedagamic traditions. Gaumata is ascribed in scriptures of Sanatana Hindu Dharma as the representation of 33 crores of gods and goddesses and
Sorry for the technical glitch. And resuming the Adi Kailasa ship segment, to understand the various services being offered by Kailasa in today's situation where the COVID-19 pandemic is impacting the whole world, to understand from the food aspect as one of the important pillars, we saw how animals being impacted, animal care, and food for beings at large. The pandemic has led to increase in the global food insecurity affecting vulnerable households in almost every country. It has exacerbated the existing inequalities, pushing millions of people into the vicious cycles of economic stagnation, loss of livelihood, and worsening food insecurity. The World Bank estimates that 71 million people will be pushed into extreme poverty across the globe as a result of the pandemic. The World Food Programme estimates that an additional 130 million people could fall into the category of food insecure over and above the 820 million people who were classified as such by the 2019 State of Food Insecurity in the World Report. Hunger in plain sight, COVID-19 worsens the plight of food insecurity. More than 50 million people have experienced food insecurity during the pandemic, up from 35 million in 2019, according to the Feeding America nonprofit, the nation's largest domestic hunger relief organization. That's 15 million people added to what existed in 2019. Child malnutrition and hunger skyrocket in Haiti as COVID-19 infections spike. At least 86,000 children are at risk of developing severe acute child malnutrition this year in Haiti, according to sources connected to the United Nations Children's Fund. The number of children projected to suffer from starvation has doubled as the impoverished nation continues to grapple with extraordinary political and social crises which have been exacerbated by the pandemic. And refugees paying the highest price in this pandemic because vulnerable groups like refugees are seeing alarming trends that show many refugees around the world unable to pay for food or rent and are struggling to access healthcare and education. Price hikes in local markets and further displacement caused by campfires have pushed many families further into food insecurity. During April and May, around 30,000 refugees in the Cox's Bazar camps raised questions and concerns, with 63% seeking services, including urgent food relief and shelter. And just over 1/3, that is 37%, requested health or medical care. Famine risk spikes amid conflict, COVID-19. The number of people teetering on the brink of famine has risen from 34 million projected at the beginning of the year to 41 million projected as of June mid-year. Without immediate emergency food assistance, they too face starvation as the slightest shock will push them over the cliff into famine conditions. And one can see the World Bank releases the report on the growing food insecurity. The World Bank released an analysis of the rising food insecurity rates in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. The report, which was released in May of 2021, stated that COVID-19 impacts have led to severe and widespread increases in global food insecurity, affecting vulnerable households in almost every country, with impacts expected to continue through 2001 and into 2022. It also states that global food prices increased significantly by 38% since January of 2020. And the World Economic Forum shares these stark statistics where 155 million people are caught up in food crisis of varying severity. 133,000 people in Faso, South Sudan, and Yemen are most at risk. 10 countries account for 2/3 of those facing acute hunger, and the resilience of agri-food systems is being eroded by conflict, insecurity, and environmental trends. And in the face of this very concerning food dimension, food aspect, food insecurity in the COVID-19 pandemic, this is one of the major aspects addressed in the Kailasa's COVID care protection centers across various de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa. One can register for this COVID care protection center facilities through the link https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. Let's take a few seconds now to register ourselves if we've not already registered for the COVID Care Protection Center. And moving on to what really are the fundamental truths about food and what results in food insecurity, how does one protect oneself from the same? These are some of the fundamental truths about food. We become what we eat. What you eat contributes to what you think. What you think contributes to what you cognize. What you cognize contributes to who you are. So what you eat directly affects who you are, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, HDH Nithyananda Paramashivam, hence makes the statement, you become what you eat. What is in your plate matters because that is going to become you. Violence-based food derived from killing animals and life-negative, chemical-based toxic food both harm the system equally. Organic vegetarian food is not just for health. It gives one an inner space, physical system, and physiological flow to develop the highest psychology. To develop the highest psychology, not only your physical system, even your physiological flow needs to cooperate. Your brain is constructed for all these higher things. When you don't explore the higher things, you're bound to feed the lower things and keep your brain engaged for survival. If you don't explore the higher dimensions of consciousness, you will force yourself into the drugs and try to explore the hallucination, imaginary, illusory dimensions of the universe. Vegetarianism as a lifestyle. The human body is naturally designed for vegetarian food. The inner mechanisms like feeling, thinking, words, everything is designed to function with vegetarian food. It's like having a generator which can handle only 220 volts current, or a UPS which can handle only 220 volts current, but it is given 20,000 volts, what will happen? It will get fused. The food, without anxiety, fear, depression, biomemories, if they are consumed by a person, the energy with which they think, the energy with which they utter words, the energy with which they act, the energy with which they feel, everything will be aligned to the natural source of energy. It will be aligned to nature, which is the inner potential energy. So that brings us to what is the fundamental principle of one of the core pillars of Kailasa's humanitarian services, which is Kailasa's Annalaya, which provide free organic vegetarian sattvic meal for all with the simple intention of eliminating hunger from the face of planet Earth. The developmental, economic, social, and medical impacts of malnutrition and famine have a critical impact on the individual, familial, community, national, ultimately on the global level. With the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic triggering an alarming spike in food insecurity, the United Nations have given warnings of famines of biblical proportions. In 2020 alone, 690 million people were estimated to be pushed into food insecurity. The access and availability to organic food has become of utmost importance. Through Kailasa's Department of Agriculture, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, has committed to the distribution of free organic food to everyone, not just since the beginning of his public life, but from his very upbringing itself. Kailasa's Annalayas, the food bank, established all across the globe, distributes and serves free, organic, vegetarian food for people of all castes, creeds, religions, race, gender, social standing. And the various 6 Ohms of Kailasa, which provide the humanitarian service of free food, with the principle of we will revive the food supply system of Kailasa before you get hungry, food will be ready. Continuous Annadan, I'm not giving any fantasy, it is already becoming reality. This is what is driving the red Om. And this ultimate service of providing free food started way back in the formative years of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism itself, and moving on to right from the inception of his public life in a major way. In 2002, here one can see the early days of Kailasa's spiritual mission, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is offering Annadan, providing a free organic vegetarian meal on the auspicious occasion of Kartika Deepam in Tiruvannamalai. And moving on to much later, into a decade later almost, in 2013, where with the same intensity, even with, as one can see, a fractured hand, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is engaged in selfless work, day and night, inspiring the peacekeepers of the Sovereign Order of Kailasa to engage in selfless service, leading the nation of Kailasa by example, as one can see. In 2011, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had a multiple compound fracture with the bone literally protruding out of the skin. And in 2013, the 2 steel implants that were fastened in 2011 were removed as the bones had healed completely. And this picture, as one can see, is right after that surgery. And in Jan of 2012, when the state of Puducherry was affected by the devastating Thane cyclone, here one can see glimpses of the relief efforts during the same. People, men, women, children at large, being offered free food by the peacekeepers of Kailasa day and night in a non-stop service. In 2011, the Nithyananda Annalaya inauguration in Tiruvannamalai. In 2005, the Arogya Yoga Health Workshop in Tamil Nadu. In 2007, as one can see, a full auditorium and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism offering the Annadan free food to the participants of the meditation program Nithyananda Spurna program, or the Life Bliss program level 2, held at Salem in Tamil Nadu, and the Nithyananda Spurna workshop in Tiruvannamalai in 2012, the Kartikai Deepam celebrations in Tiruvannamalai in 2012 November, and in 2017, the Inner Awakening 21-day meditation workshop being conducted in Tiruvannamalai, and the participants having a blissful sharing of the free organic sattvic food. April of 2017, the Kalpataru meditation workshop in Tiruvannamalai. In 2016, the Bhandara feast organized for the various spiritual leaders and the Hindu monks or the sadhus. And in 2016 April, the Kalpataru meditation workshop. 2017 March, in Tiruvannamalai and Arunachala Sarvanya Peetham, Annadan being offered as per the daily practice of Nitya Annadan. And 2019, in the Tiruchengood Sarvanya Peetham, free Annadan, and people lined up to receive the prasada. And this fundamental principle of free food to be offered to one and all being the ruling principle across all de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa worldwide. So one can see in 2019, the Annadan distributed during Guru Purnima, the traditional celebration of the Guru in Kailasa in Houston. 2016, the Sadashivoham meditation workshop in Adi Kailasa. In 2020, even after the onset of the corona pandemic, the Annadan service continues in the midst of this COVID-19 crisis in Madurai, in the Shamala Peetha Sarvanya Peetha. And all this one can see in the context of the necessity for the Annadan vis-a-vis how India was faced with the artificially created famine in Bengal in 1943 under the colonial rule. What happened back then, one can see a few minutes to understand what is the driving principle of Kailasa and why it is so important.
Churchill did several things that greatly aggravated the death toll. India was being used extensively for the war effort. Indian resources, Indian soldiers, and Churchill repeatedly refused to acknowledge the fact that the extent to which India was used could lead to famine.
Viceroy to India, Archibald Wavell, called the Bengal famine one of the greatest disasters to have befallen people under British rule, and said the reputational damage was incalculable. During one government discussion about famine relief, Secretary of State for India Leopold Amery recorded Mr. Churchill saying that any aid sent would be insufficient because Indians bred like rabbits.
What I found in
So one saw there the literally inhuman understanding of humanity and its needs during the colonial rule, where in 1943 to 44, as some of these very ghastly pictures show, in the man-made famine of Bengal, as per existing records, over 3 million people were murdered literally. The then Prime Minister of the world's biggest empire, controlling 1/3 of the mankind, claimed they could not do anything about the people dying of hunger because supposedly Hindus bred like rabbits and the famine was their fault. Contrast this with 2016 Ujjain in the Kumbh Mela, the largest gathering of spirituality that happens across the world, the largest spiritual gathering in the world. The peacekeepers of Kailasa served organic food to over 3 million people, the very same number being starved to death versus the number being fed free organic sattvic food. Peacekeepers of Kailasa, under the leadership of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivam, have served more than 1 billion free meals in the past 26 years and are determined to end hunger and poverty in all its forms. Kailasa, with 200 peacekeepers at any given time, can deliver what even one of the biggest countries could not deliver. Reason being very simple, because Kailasa is not driven by war, fear, or greed. It is an enlightenment-based nation driven by just selfless service. The Veda Agamas, the source of the Hindu scriptures, declare Annam Bahupurvita, which means let us produce food in large quantities. Through the widespread distribution and promotion of free, healthy, organic food, Kailasa's global peacekeepers, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, serve such that we may achieve food security, improve nutrition, and promote sustainable agriculture globally. Annadan is the vision to end poverty and hunger in all its forms. So, before we move further, if you've not already registered in the COVID Care Protection Center in any of the de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa in India, take a few seconds now to register through the link below, https://kailasa.org/kailasacare. And moving on to the revelations of Devi Parashakti to the world. I came as Nijavatara. I am blessing you. Listen. People, listen. To do good to all of you, I have taken the form of Nithyananda and came down as Nijavatara. People of India, listen. Carefully listen. Time after time, Bharatam is Jnana Bhumi, where enlightened beings come. We cannot make Jnana Bhumi as infertile. Enlightened beings have to come, they have to live, it has to flower. Few hypocrites, because they are stuck in delusion, we cannot sacrifice the world. Cosmos cannot be destroyed. The ship I did to save cosmos from being destroyed, that is called Adi Kailasa. The ship I did to protect beings from Pralaya is Adi Kailasa. Because of conspiracy of Drohis and enemies' rule, the captain had to leave the ship. Before 12 years, knowing the great deluge that is going to happen, all Aushadhas, by this Guru Purnima that Jnana Rasavadam, Navapashana is going to flower, allow people to come and take dip in Navapashana flower. People, whoever comes and dips in Vaidyasarovar, they will not have deaths, they will not have corona. Crores and crores of people will come in line. Every day they will come and dip in Anandalingam. Listen well to my words. For India, I made ship as protection. The Nithyananda Navapashana Lingam in Vaidyasarovar. Go to Adi Kailasa. O Indians, listen. All those regretting losing Nithyananda Nijavatara, without confusion, without talking just as lip service, go to Adi Kailasa. Crores of people will come there looking for help, Navapashana, water feast, and medicine to get health and protection and enlightenment. To protect India from the great destruction, I, Parashakti, made this huge ship. Even if captain is not there, ship is there. So one can see when the first world countries closed their borders, including during a massive global emergency, including for food, Kailasa has opened its doors to all without exception. And that includes literally the various de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa across India. Adi Kailasa in Bidadi, Bangalore, Salem Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Tiruvannamalai Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Rajapalayam Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Puduvai Adinam in Puducherry, Pattanam Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Siragapadi Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Sripuram Adinam in Hyderabad, Madurai Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Avatipalayam Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Hosur Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Baroda Adinam in Gujarat. And as Kailasa rushes to aid India, as India finds itself on the verge of the COVID-19 third wave, multiple free COVID care centers opened across India. Various humanitarian services offered during the pandemic and Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies across India. Spiritual services offered during the pandemic and the cosmic revelations on the global pandemic to support one and all to come through this COVID-19 pandemic. The free humanitarian services offered during the pandemic and de facto spiritual embassies across India include medical care in the form of allopathy, Ayurveda, Siddha medicines, infrastructure to accommodate thousands, accommodation for multi-layered quarantine facility, emergency ambulances or ICU on wheels, personal protective medical equipment, food security management through food banks, and organic farming to sustain all this. And once again, if you've not already registered for the COVID Care Protection Centers, do register now through the link below kailasa.org/Kailasa Care.
there are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnations, both. During the BHAVASAMADHI darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But the Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
BHAVASAMADHI darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashiva will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model community. Kailasa, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Peethas all over the world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystems. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together. We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasians. I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that. Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity. Withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness, we can support you, aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you.
Nithyanandam. So next segment is going to be about the experiences to be shared by the participants of the COVID Care Protection Center in Adi Kailasa Nithyananda Paramashivam. Joining with us is Srinithya Digambarananda Ayya from Mumbai. So Nithyananda Ayya, I welcome you to the show today. Thank you so much for joining us. And would you like to share your experiences on what made you to come and join us in this COVID Care Protection Center, and how has been your stay so far?
Request you to unmute, please.
Nithyanandamma, thank you. I am very fortunate to be here in the sacred land of Adi Kailash. The land itself blessed by Paramashiva. Just to be here is a great opportunity and a great fortune. So, following the Parashakti predictions by Swamiji, so full COVID care prevention center, Adi Kailash, when it was declared, immediately I came here following Guru Vak. And here it is very different from the outside world. From the day I am here, there is no sign of any COVID, this thing. No word is also not there. Otherwise, everywhere in the outside world on TV, everybody is screaming COVID, COVID. And everybody, and you hear a lot of people being affected. There are a lot of deaths also happening. Now, in the first wave, there were, it was not near us, but now some of our relatives also they have passed away. It is very difficult in the outside world, but it is very peaceful and divine here. Every day is a great beginning. Blessings from Paramashiva. We do yoga in the morning. The freshness is there, induced. And when we go to the temple, that is absolutely divine. The place of Paramashiva, Kalpavriksha is there, and all the deities are live. Now enjoying the Brahmotsava. We are very fortunate to be part of the Brahmotsava going live every day. Nithyanandeshwara Brahmotsavam. And on top of that, Swamiji is blessing with his satsang, his presence. It is simply like Paramashiva is here and we are the Ganas, Shiva Ganas here, enjoying the presence of Paramashiva. Very divine, and everybody is enjoying, all nice Kailashians enjoying together. Yes.
Wonderful. What are the activities that you guys do as part of the COVID Care Protection Center? Do you want to share your experiences of being in the temple, and what are the things that you're experiencing as part of your COVID Care Protection Center training?
Yes, our morning spiritual routine is very strong. Morning yoga. Then after that we have neem juice, and then the detox specified castor oil we are taking, and at night haritaki. And then steam is also given as per it. Immunity is very strong here, especially the morning spiritual routine we are doing. That is immensely boosting our immunity. We feel the freshness in our bodies. So it is so fresh and strong that we don't feel that any COVID can ever touch us. It is the liveliness here. Not only each and every person is so lively, and they are so engaged in different projects, different fields. Some are doing Gurukul work, some are doing some mechanic repairing work, some are doing some gardening work. In all these activities, they are so busy and live. At COVID, that the strength and immunity which is freshness induced, we don't find any distance or any happening that COVID can ever touch us. That is not in the minds at all. It is completely lost.
Great, Aya, great.
I wanted to ask you, yeah, you're from Mumbai, and from whatever we have seen in the reports in newspapers, social media, or even from people, we've heard quite a lot in terms of impact due to COVID, specifically in the metro of Mumbai, given the dense population. Wanted to ask you, what has been your on the ground experience in terms of how things are in Mumbai, in Maharashtra, in this COVID-19 pandemic?
Yes, ma. It is very difficult actually. Though the numbers that since the government has taken out the lockdown, I think they are forced to give proper numbers. So they are not giving the actual numbers, I feel. Because lot of deaths are happening still. And the reported ones, I don't think they match. On the ground, it is actually poor. And though because of the TV reports, everybody has been outgoing now, that they are going and roaming freely. But I think it will spread more because of that. Since August, it is predicted, I think everybody has lowered their guard because of the media reports and government figures. But actually, it is going to be very, very difficult actually after this. Already, there are many people affected. I am hearing someone has, this one has died, that one has died, some relatives, friends. Deaths are happening. So though it is pictured that nothing is there, now it has relaxed. I feel on the ground, there is still there, it is still there, it is still preparing. And because of this lowering of guard and mixing and of lot of people, I think it will spread very fast again.
Yeah, actually, I don't know how many, there must be an elderly generation of people who would have witnessed this kind of massive, practically destruction, where every family practically seems to have been impacted in one way or the other. Like you said, even if not immediate family, then the extended family, like you mentioned about your relatives being impacted and passing away. In the recent past, for most of us, even if diseases have taken over a toll where, say, a whole state is impacted or a whole community is impacted, don't think we have heard anything where across a whole state, a whole nation, the whole world, everybody is impacted in one way or the other, either in terms of themselves or their immediate families or their extended families, or as a blanket, the stress and the anxiety and the depression that came along with this COVID-19 pandemic. I'm sure, just like New York City, Mumbai, one of the most throbbing living cities, and that city being faced with a lockdown, and as you said, fudged figures by the government because they're not able to reveal the true statistics. That itself seems to be something very concerning. And I'm sure your experience, having lived so many years in Mumbai, must be the same. I'd like to ask you to share, for the sake of our viewers, that other than what you saw as a physical impact which you shared, how is it affecting people at large, in terms of what you have seen amongst your friend circle, family circle, emotionally, psychologically, economically, in the economic capital of India, needless to say, Mumbai?
Yes, yes, Ma. See, actually, the pandemic fatigue is it is happening now. Though everybody they were during the initial period sitting economically also, because Mumbai is the financial capital of the world, of India, sorry. So it is everybody is used to being involved economically, basically. That, and when they are sitting at home during the initial period, they are so now depressed by the pandemic fatigue. So even though they want to go out and they want to start their activities, so even though it is not happening, because this has affected a lot, economy is paralyzed. A lot of standstill has happened in the activities, factories, industries, line. Other than the share market, everything is little held up. So, and because of this pandemic fatigue, everybody is going outside, like the metro also, lifeline, railways of Mumbai. You see the amount of people there are gatherings. It is really no. It seems everybody has lost that there is COVID. They are mixing so close, and a lot of gatherings are happening even in markets. And because of this pandemic fatigue, it is like everybody has lowered their guard. The quarantine and everything, we are so much taking care here. The other places, it is really no quarantine, and if anything happens, if anybody is affected, it is very easy to, it will be spread very fast, because gatherings are there, and people are also trying to start their businesses, start their shops, their workshops, their industries, some way or other to earn. Because of that pandemic fatigue, they want to get things rolling. And this is the gathering has started happening then because of that. No quarantine is happening. And then if that wave comes, third wave, which is predicted, then it is very easy for it to strike. A lot of casualties will happen because of these gatherings. Quarantine is not there. As a precaution, what Bhagwan has said, it has to be taken very seriously. People have relaxed now.
Wonderful, Laya. What would you like to share with our viewers about this extraordinary effort from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, that he opened his homes as COVID Care Protection Center? What would you like to share about this grace and compassion of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to open his de facto spiritual embassies to the world as COVID Care Protection Center?
Yes, Ma. The great compassion of our Bhagwan. He has opened this COVID care center. See, outside everybody is mixing. There is no quarantine, and at home it is simply not possible. There are multiple quarantine we are having here. So here there is such a big campus, 100 acres, and all so many trees and nice breeze going on. It is like living in a hill station, everybody. And you can enjoy, and Bhagavan has given this great opportunity for everyone. You can, instead of the fatigue and the depression of COVID outside, in the outside world, living every day in the tension that it will get to you. Instead of that, coming here in Kailasa, relaxing. It is like taking a holiday in this COVID time and relaxing and refreshing yourself. It is so beautiful. Bhagavan has opened these centers. The outside, everybody is afraid. And here, Bhagavan is giving you the opportunity to be completely protected from COVID. His centers he has opened. And where there is, I don't think anybody is there who has done this in India. We are the only ones who are blessed to have such a Paramashiva as our Guru. With his compassion, is given the opportunity of protecting not only us, but the whole world. He has invited everyone. Everyone can come and stay. So even if he has also given the opportunity of working from here. So even if you are working at home, you can come here and work. The internet provided is also very beautiful. It is very fast. The speed is very high, and people are working also from here. Not only enjoying, and those who are participating in various activities when they are free. But when they have work, they are easily working from whenever they get the time.
Wonderful, yeah. Thank you so much for joining the show today. It was great having you to share your experiences of being in Mumbai and how your life is transformed by being part of this COVID Care Reproduction Center. Thank you so much for joining us today, Aya.
Yes. Thank you, Ma. Thank you,
With this, we'll go to the next segment. Stay tuned and we'll be right back with the next segment.
Spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is processing. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara deities and Nijavatara living incarnation, both. During the BHAVASAMADHI darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through his body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
BHAVASAMADHI darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashiva will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution.
Nithyanandam, welcome back, dear viewers. Now we will be entering into the next segment where we will understand the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Kailasa, and Hinduism as a whole. We will understand what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has done in building the Kailasa's Nithyananda Hindu Library, the world's largest collection on Hinduism. As many of us have heard, books and deities made Nithyananda. So let us explore and understand what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has contributed to humanity through the Nithyananda Hindu Library and how he has revived the Hindu library system, which has been lost over thousands of years. Yes, we can move to the next slide, please. So here's the Shastra Pramana for the Avatar Leela Amrita from Srimad Bhagavatam. And the translation goes, that is which is sweet to hear, that which when heard immediately raises one to the high conscious state, that which takes us to another level just by remembering, that which gives deep pleasure not only to the listener, but also to the person who narrates it. Oh Lord, may I narrate your story. Yes, we can move to the next slide. Arunachala is the giver of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. The Arunachala Purana is the epic history of Arunachala, revealed that at that point in time, Lord Shiva made a promise that he will always be available in Arunachala or Tiruvannamalai in three forms: as the hill, Arunachala; as the Jyotirlingam, the Arunachaleshwara Shivalingam in the temple; and in the form of living incarnations in this holy town of Tiruvannamalai. And true to his promise, Sadashiva retained his form as the Arunachala mountain, assumed the form of the Shivalinga called Arunachaleshwara at the temple in Tiruvannamalai, and is incarnating continuously, keeping the unbroken lineage of enlightened beings in Tiruvannamalai till date. And Paramashiva has promised the distance protection. And in this Pramana, it translates, O Brahma and Vishnu, since I have graced both of you and given boons to both of you in this sacred energy field, let the land for a radius of 3 yojanas around the sacred energy field be pure and sacred. Let this hill of red fire turn into a small form of a hill. This sacred energy field that bestows the liberation with supreme bliss without any hindrance will be called Arunapuri. Arunachala is protected even during the Pralaya. The Devas and the Devendra who were in suffering remembered me. I removed their suffering. Hence, I will remove the suffering of birth of whoever remembers the sthala, the sacred energy field. This hill and this sacred energy field will have the features of not getting destroyed even during the time of Pralaya, the deluge. It will lead to the moving and unmoving beings that are there within the periphery of the wind that has touched this hill to liberation. And this is the Purana, the Pramana for how even during Pralaya, Arunachala is protected. And this is from Skanda Purana. Yes, we can move to the next slide, please. And here's the request to Arunagiri to become the linga. And again, the reference is from Skanda Purana, and the translation goes, "Oh, Arunachalesha, the one who has become the hill. People are used to fetching water and offer sacred bath to you, as against the rain, the showers from the sky, to offering pearl garlands to you, as against the stars themselves, to be pearl garlands, to bringing lamps and show lamps to you, as against the sun's rays themselves to be lamp. Hence, for the sake them doing worship to him with sacred bath, they prayed that he graces them by assuming the form of a linga below the hill. Since this hill is the medicine to remove birth and death, this hill is called medicine. This hill is red in color. This hill is called Arunagiri. When Shiva, the blue-necked blessed, to those who utter his name once in this planet Earth, to them it is equal to uttering the Panchakshara 30 million times. Brahma and Vishnu became happy and bowed down to the Lord and said, I am becoming linga. Worship me with bhakti. Saying so, he disappeared into the hill. There appeared a linga that is adorable by the whole world. They saw that linga and worshipped it, sang in praise of it, and showered flowers on it, became ecstatic, happy, and danced in bliss, and called the divine sculpture called Mayan, and made him construct the temple tower, halls, and beautiful compound walls that cannot be compared with anything. And this is, again, another reference for Arunachala in Arunagiri. And this is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's vision. As he says, my vision is my integrity to you. Making Advaita the root cognition in every field on planet Earth is my mission, for which I landed in this body, for which I assumed the human body. I will do this mission. This is the purpose of my birth. Before landing, I saw very clearly the need of planet Earth that I need to pack. I saw very clearly that it is love and consciousness, nothing else. Planet Earth does not need intelligence to create infrastructure. It needs a little bit more consciousness and love in the hearts of the decision makers. When I landed, I saw very clearly now humanity needs only one thing, inner awakening. With the authority that I am an incarnation who landed on the planet Earth to give this science, this great science to all of you, I give you all the ultimate secret. Just relax. I will take care. And this is the promise of Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, to humanity. So what is the Grantha Samadhi? Grantha Samadhi is the most important of all samadhis, which has kept Hinduism alive. All scriptural books, palm leaf documents, which are kept in one room and maintained, is a Grantha Samadhi. The Grantha Samadhi means energy center of spiritual books. So what is the need of an incarnation for decoding scriptures? According to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, speaking on Arunagiri Yogeshwara, his guru, he explains his classes when he teaches, if he talks 10 words, at least 10 terabyte material will be downloaded. Understand, if he talks 10 words to me, 10 terabytes of material will be downloaded into my brain. O humanity, I have the science revealed by Paramashiva. Only an incarnation can decode and make it user-friendly. Others, at best, can give you a translation. So this is the need for an incarnation to decode the scriptures. And these are in the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. And the immediate need of 100 million scriptures. The Grantha Samadhi is absolutely essential for keeping Hinduism alive. When the avatar happens, the Grantha Samadhi is needed as the avatar is ready to revive to them. The colossal amount of work is required for preserving these 20 million Grantha Samadhis. Apart from this, rest of the 80 million also need to be downloaded. This downloading is possible only when already available 20 million are obtained, and the studied which will awaken seeking inside the practitioner and their bodies will become a suitable medium to download the 80 million remaining scriptures. This revival needs to be done on an emergency basis, while the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivam, is still in the physical body. So what is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's vision for the Grantha Samadhi, the Kailasa's Nithyananda Hindu Library? The Grantha Samadhi, these have been the vehicle for preserving the timeless knowledge, the seed, the notes of the cosmos, which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is now bringing to life. The goal of Kailasa's Nithyananda Hindu Library is to create the largest repository, Grantha Samadhi home, to living deities of scriptures, transmitting powerful cognitions to humanity. So let us look at what has happened over the last 3,000 years and what Hindus have suffered during the Hindu Holocaust. Over 3,000 years of destruction by combined attack of millions of invaders, and only 200 years for a revival by the incarnation, even after the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is stretching his lifespan to 200 years. We have just 7% of the total time of destruction for revival. At one point in time, every Hindu temple had a library. And here's the translation of the verse from the Kamikagama, which the Center for the Scriptural Studies, the Vedagama, should be constructed in all the four main directions of the temple, in the corner directions of the temple, in its inner closure, or in the locations recommended for the installation of the images of the Shaiva devotees. So, only 20% of Vedic Hindu scriptures remain on this planet Earth, and 100% of Hindu libraries have been destroyed. All libraries, including Nalanda, Takshashila, Vikramashila, with millions of books, have been destroyed. And there are more than 2 million temples in India, but not one with a library. And more than 10,000 of Mutt libraries have been destroyed, and major collections of manuscripts in the hands of Oriental institutes or institutes funded by foreign countries, with millions of scriptures stolen by invaders. What is the importance of Vedic scriptures for the revival of yoga? Today, with more than 300 million yoga practitioners, yoga is the most practiced religion in the world. The size of the industry around yoga is valued at $84 billion US. This shows us that people are sincerely seeking solutions to health and well-being, and they are finding solutions in yoga. It is working for them, because of which there is a large following. The authority of the Shastra is everything. So even though there's such a huge demand for yoga, to get the real desired benefit of the practice instead of the side effect, aligning with the original context and the technique is required. This is only possible through the study and implementation of the Shastras, the scriptures. For instance, although compared to the past 1,000 years, the number of yoga practitioners in the world is at an all-time high. But how many actually realize enlightenment by doing yoga? This shows that in practice of yoga, people are fundamentally lacking somewhere. This can only be addressed by aligning with the source. Let us understand the revelations of the Prathama Vinyasa Krama. So these are some of the rare manuscripts that have been compiled when making the Prathama Vinyasa Krama, when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed the Prathama Vinyasa Krama and referenced these sacred manuscripts and scriptures for getting the original reference from the source text. So these include Shiva Samhita and many more. So here are some other sacred scriptures and rare manuscripts that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been sharing with humanity, which includes the Bhaga Shastra, which is the science of cooking, and the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, which is the science of unclutching, the Mrigendra Agama, which is the science of cosmology, and the Sarvajnota Agama, which is the science of Shashtanga Yoga. So now let us listen to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself on his vision for a library and what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is doing to revive the Hindu library system.
One great thing in the modern day, information age, internet age, human beings can't be manipulated anymore by a small gang of people, by keeping the mass media cult under them. No, world cannot be controlled anymore by mass media cult or entertainment industry cult. And world cannot be controlled anymore by missionary militants and militant missionaries. The next generation, the modern day youth has started questioning the utility value of everything. And I tell you, Hindu tradition is the best designed, developed tradition just to contribute. Hindu knowledge is amazingly contributing. I can very boldly tell you with all joy and pride, Hindu scriptures are the most unadulterated, as maintained, as purely as it was uttered, revealed in the beginning. The Vedas are as it is From the time Paramashiva breathed it to Parashakti to Vishnu to Brahma and the Guru Parampara. Narayanam Batmabhavam Vasishtam Shaktinja Tatputra Parasharanja Yasam Sugam Gauda Padam Mahantam Govinda Yogindra Matasya Sishyam Srishankaracharya Matasya Vatman Padanja Asta Malaganja Sishyam Tamtroda Ganmar Tigakaramanya. The whole Guru Parampara, unadulterated, I tell you. History, geography, astrology, astronomy, cosmology, physics, chemistry, biology, medicine, mysticism, religion, economy, in every field, administration, social justice, law and order, in every field, the field of education itself, spirituality, superconsciousness, power manifest in every level. Nothing compared to the extreme life positive knowledge source of Hinduism. This is the most non-violent, life positive knowledge tradition in every field. Unimaginable knowledge source is lying in the 2,20 million source books of Hinduism. Around 10,000 traditions are still alive. I am not talking about what we lost, what we still have, kept it alive, at least in the museums, which I can revive. I can add flesh and bones to this whole scriptures and make it living, alive lifestyle. I want all Hindus to start becoming real Hindus, non-violent, extremely life positive and contributing. This is what is the core identity of Hinduism. Let's start living the core identity, core narrative of Hinduism. That's the best strategy to stop the Hindu Holocaust. I tell you, Hindus have a great future. I want all the Hindus who are interested and listening to me, all of you, please wake up and start contributing more and more and build contributing lifestyle. That's the best way to stop the Hindu Holocaust. At least 10% of the Hindus should become Brahmana by Varna. Only then we can collect all these books and store it properly, make digital and physical libraries and practice those knowledge, build laboratories and teach this knowledge to the whole world. This is what is my life's mission. Of course, translation, making it searchable, making it user-friendly, indexing, all this work put together. That is the purpose for which I started this Nithyananda Hindu Library. I will establish the most authentic, world's largest physical and virtual library and Hindu university. Hindu literatures are made illegitimate, stolen. Many concepts and principles and ideas are stolen. And Hindus are made to feel that literatures are all just mythology and faltu and just somebody's fantasy. I will make sure enough scientific researches are done, proper documentations are done, analysis are done. Not only I will collect compile, organize the world's largest Hindu knowledge resource library. I will make all of it user-friendly for the whole world by making virtual Hindu library available for the world. I am very clear. I am going to collect everything related to Hinduism. The source scriptures, various commentaries and translations, good or bad. Some translations are true to the original, some are 80% true, some are 70% true, some are absolutely distorted. But I am going to collect everything, organize, index. My initial level plan is 10,000 students will be able to reside and study. 2 crore means 20 million Hindu scriptures. And largest virtual library, very organized and made user-friendly. Collecting all the 2 crore, 20 million source books, organizing, indexing, then translating, making it user-friendly, making library, physical library, and making digital library, then studying it, researching it, making laboratories. For example, the Hindu battery, which can be charged, recharged by consciousness, does not need any other chemical from outside. The Hindu aircraft, which can fly through the conscious sound technology, the consciousness-based light technology, sound technology, consciousness-based biology, consciousness-based biology-based technology. When consciousness starts growing in your biology becomes totally different, and that biology can be used to fly, empower, energize multiple machineries in Hindu tradition. Collecting this 2 crore, 20 million scriptures, organizing, indexing, translating, building laboratories, not just libraries, laboratories, universities, where we conduct clinical trials, medical trials, scientific researches. Everything gets organized, made user-friendly for the humanity and shared with the humanity free of cost. I invite people from all over the world to share your time, treasure, talent. I invite all the practicing Hindus, living, practicing Hindus and Hindu sympathizers, 200 crore, 2 billion population. At least 10% of you, 2 crore, please come and become Brahmanas by Varna. Let's take up this project of reviving Hindu knowledge, contributing Hindu knowledge. Jatis belongs to Brahmana or Vaishya or Kshatriya or Shudra does not matter. An Acharya incarnation, Avatara Purusha, has a right to declare which Varna you belong to. Whether you are Shudra by Jati, Vaishya by Jati, Brahmana by Jati, or Kshatriya by Jati, don't worry. Decide to change your Varna to Brahmana Varna by taking up this responsibility of Nithyananda Hindu Library. I already started the work. Last 20 years I am doing work in this line. It is time. In next few years you will see the fruit. this revival of Kailasa Nithyananda Hindu Library, it starts. It can never end.
Yes, we can move to the next slide, please.
Spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnations, both. During the BHAVASAMADHI darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But the Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
BHAVASAMADHI Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasa, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystems. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together. We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasians. I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that. Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity. Withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness, we can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment time. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost.
with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
உலகை காத்தருளவே கையிலையில் தரும் நித்யனின் தரிசனம் தன்னை தானறியவே இவை அசைவிடி தீட்சை தரும் தரிசனம் மறைபொருளாயிருந்து திரை விலகி திருவடி தொகும் தரிசனம் பிறை சூடிய சடை நாரனின் திருவுரு தரிசனமே மறைபொருளாயிருந்து திரை விலகி திருவடி தொகும் தரிசனம் பிறை சூடிய சடை நாரனின் திருவுரு தரிசனமே அவள் வேண்டி வேண்டி திரளான கூட்டமுவை தேடி வரும் அல்லவா மலை நான்கின் பொருளுடத்த நாளும் கண்களுட கையிலை உதித்ததல்லவா பொருளெல்லாம் தேடி உலகெல்லாம் போடி உடையனுள் உணர்ந்தேனல்லவா பொருளெல்லாம் தேடி உலகெல்லாம் போடி உடையனுள் உணர்ந்தேனல்லவா உலகை காத்தருளவே கையிலையில் தரும் என் தரிசனம் தன்னை தான் அறியவே இவை அசைவிடி தீட்சை தரும் தரிசனம் கடலும் கரைகளும் உன் திரு கைகள் தந்ததே இரவும் பகலுமே உன் திரு கண்ணில் அசையுதே நாங்கள் என்ன கோள்கள் என்ன உம்மை பற்றிட ஏழு புவனங்களும் உம்மை சுற்றிட பொருளும் அருளும் தர மனதின் இருவிலக பரமசிவ தரிசனம் மாயை வென்று விட ஞானம் பெற்று விட மோட்சம் தரும் தரிசனம் பல சித்த புருஷர்களின் ஞானி யோகிகளின் தவமெனின் தரிசனம் அடியும் முடியையும் ஒன்றாய் காண்பதற்கு கையிலையில் தரிசனம் சதுர்வேத கோஷமுடன் நாத கீதங்களின் ஒளியில் இடி தரிசனம் அண்டம் தொட்டு பிண்டம் வரையிலும் சாட்சியாகும் ஐயன் தரிசனம் சொல்ல வார்த்தை ஏதும் இல்லையே சொக்கநாதன் முந்தன் தரிசனம் நித்யானந்தா கையிலையும் தரும் எண்ணி தரிசனம் கண்ணை காணறியவே இவை அசைவிடு தீட்சை தரும் தரிசனம் உலகை காத்தருளவே கையிலையும் தரும் எண்ணி தரிசனம் கண்ணை காணறியவே இவை அசைவிடு தீட்சை தரும் தரிசனம்
ॐ नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवसमारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि पराशक्तिमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम् I welcome you all with my love and respects. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Srimahans, Mahans, Tanidar Kotari, visitors, viewers, Sarvanyapita Yajamans, Kartas, Vidyeshwara, Ganeshwara, Mantreshwara, Lokeshwara, Astreshwara. I welcome all of you with my love and blessings. Paramashiva's message from Kailasa. Listen. Physics of the conscious sovereignty is all about building body with a spiritual stamina to hold the conscious sovereignty and radiate the conscious sovereignty. Listen. I'm just filled with the Paramashiva space. The me I am experiencing in me is the cosmic me, the Paramashiva. And I also know the me you are experiencing in you right now is also part of that Paramashiva's me, cosmic me. With this deep love of oneness, you are Paramashiva, I am Paramashiva. We both put together is part of Paramashiva. He has filled me, awakened me, enlightened me, manifesting in me with that extreme joy, ecstasy I am sharing with you. Raw, naked truth as it is. as it is. Listen with extreme love and compassion. I am sharing it as it is. Listen. Spiritual stamina means your ability to cognize Paramashiva, letting him manifest his will, his experience of himself. That is what is most important. See, whoever decides to trust my introduction about me, I feel so overwhelmingly loved by them and loving them. Listen. Love means whoever trusts your introduction of by yourself, about yourself, you simply love that person and that person simply loves you. Listen. When you trust Krishna's introduction about himself, who he is, how he feels about himself. Adityanam Aham Vishnu. How Krishna declares among the Adityas. So, he opens himself. When you feel connected, you decide to feel connected, you choose to like, love, trust what Krishna introduces about him as as himself. When you decide to trust, simply Krishna consciousness manifests in you. If you decide to trust the anti-Krishna gang, abusers, their version of Krishna, how Saguni talks about Krishna and Krishna's sexuality, how Shishubala talks about Krishna and Krishna's sexuality, how Shishubala describes Krishna and Krishna's people. Shishubala may give very valid, logical evidences for your independent investigation. He may have everything to support your independent investigation. The selfie Krishna took when he hugged his gopikas may be available for you. Whether the Shishubala and his culinary gang, the Shishubala gang is able to convince you or not able to convince you, the moment you decide to follow Shishubala's description about Krishna, you will reach the same space Shishubala is in. You will attract the same kind of people Shishubala like. and you will naturally be in Shishubala's gang and die, rot, destroy yourself. Listen. Whom you choose to trust, feel connected, you fall into that gang. Whenever you choose to decide, you decide to listen about my introduction about me, my definition about me. You enjoy the space given to me by Paramashiva. Now I am introducing me. The me in me is manifestation of cosmic me, Paramashiva Paramburul. It has realized the me in you is also part of Paramashiva. Listen. So sit sincerely with the decision, you, me, both are part of Paramashiva, and that Paramashiva is awakened in me, and now giving this satsang and Shaktipada, Shaktinipada to awaken Paramashiva in you. That's all. This is the exact, precise, truthful, honest introduction of what is happening now as me, as you, as cosmic Paramashiva. So understand, sit with this cognition, whatever I am talking will become reality in you. Whatever I am revealing will become reality in you. So first thing, physics of conscious sovereignty. Conscious sovereignty is the ultimate of life. Physics of conscious sovereignty is building a body with a spiritual stamina. Listen intensely. Listen carefully, deeply. Every word now I utter can become your realization, your experience. So listen. Building a body with a conscious stamina. Actually, building a body with a spiritual stamina, conscious stamina, is very easy job. Too easy. I can give you just some 10-15 simple tips. If you start following for few days, automatically you will build a body with a conscious stamina which can manifest Paramashivatva. Because my gurus have done it for me. I know the precise methodology. Without wasting much time, I can teach you. Many instructions, tips I would have given you. Please add castor oil in your food every day, at least 1 teaspoon. See, don't add too much castor oil, then you may feel dehydrated, tired. At least 1 or 2 teaspoon per day or per meal. See, if you are taking only 1 meal a day, then go for just 1 teaspoon, not more than that. So based on the food intake, choose. These are 2 simple instructions. It's not something very difficult, complicated, very simple. Vegetarian lifestyle, what I claim, that Shaivite lifestyle, most easiest lazy man's method to build a conscious sovereignty spiritual body. Listen. Conscious sovereign space, the conscious sovereignty space, that stamina, body with that stamina, once you start manifesting, you will feel so happy to live inside your body. I'll give you 2 simple instructions and few truths to build the physics. Listen. Physics of the conscious sovereignty is building strong physical body with a spiritual stamina that starts manifesting the right physics, everything you need for manifesting conscious stamina. I tell you, I can give you 1 or 2 examples. When you start having spiritual stamina, conscious stamina, you will carry such an amazing space. Anyone can ask anything. You will never feel irritated. You just know you are so happy they asked you. You will never feel demanded. You are so happy. The people come into your space. More and more people you enjoy in your space, more and more you are a successful being. Because you know your pure space never gets trampled by even millions of people entering into your space. The conscious stamina triggers, snowballs, initiates thousands of good things in your life. I tell you, 1 teaspoon castor oil can keep you in a pleasant mood 24 hours. Don't take my words casually. I am very serious. If you start doing it, you will understand. If you start doing it, you will understand. Within 6 months, you will understand. If you are a person constantly irritated, easily triggered, just use castor oil. You may think, what, castor oil? To remove the irritation? Yes, I am telling you. Castor oil will remove the parasites sitting inside your stomach, which triggers irritation continuously. The castor oil and parasites are anti. They don't like each other. And I tell you, by birth, he always takes me from home to the temple to teach yoga and brings me back, and he will be actually holding my hand, literally, and walking, especially during these festivals, lot of crowd. Na? So he will hold my hand and walk. That Gulfi Eyes guys, they will have a bell in their cycle, tricycle, and sell the Gulfi Eyes. I was listening to that bell. That bell was very nice sound. I was looking at the bell and listening. Raghupati Yogi thought that I want that ice cream. That's why I am looking at that tricycle. He asked, you want to eat that Gulfi Ice? I neither said yes nor said no, because there was no interest in that ice cream, because I never tasted it and I don't know what it is. And I was only listening to that bell, very nice sound. I did not say yes or no, but he thought maybe I want, but I am feeling a little shy to ask him. So he told, Varakane sapla, he was nice. And when I ate, I really enjoyed. It was very, the way I ate itself, more. I enjoyed that also. Until the second one, I did not ask. The third one, I myself said, get one more. Then he started laughing. He said, more than this, I don't know whether you will catch cold, because usually the Deepam festival comes in a cold season. That December, November, December is the time Deepam festival comes. So naturally weather was also cold. So he said, I don't know whether you will catch cold. But because I asked, he could not say, he didn't want to say no, he just got. Finally, I ate 5. And next day, he was making me do some process. The impact of the cold weather and the Gulfi ice cream, both had little kapha. So he was asking me to sit in certain position to help me do my spiritual process. Usually he will make me sit and do any rituals need to be done, like a yajna or homa, small havan or puja, and then initiate me into the pranayama or the kriya which I am supposed to do. And he did all that rituals, and he started initiating me, telling me to do what I am supposed to do. But I was missing few steps, especially some of the kumbhaka, some of the pranayama. Hold the breath for 60 seconds. He will just tell that I have to hold till he counts 60. I will just hold. That's all. There is no question of that 58. I will leave the breath, or 59, I'll start changing the breathing pattern. Nothing. Simply I'll obey what he says. That day, at least 2 times, I missed the count. He was counting 1, 2, sometimes just to test me. After number 20 or 30, he will miss and he will start. No, wait. I'll start. Then he will again start 1, 2, 3. He's an amazing, extremely loving, patient guru. I only visualize them, their love for me, their patience for me, the way they worked on me. Whenever I need to work with my kids, this is what exactly I remember. I just hold them in my inner space. That is why I keep all their photographs. And I want all the ashrams to keep all their photographs just for the amount of tyaga they have done. And he was counting, but 2-3 times I missed that pranayama count. The coherence, the number of seconds I need to hold, I missed. Before he completed the number, I released the breath. I changed the flow of the breath. He understood that kapha is inside. 5 gulfi ice cream, the kapha is inside. And he just got the Karsalangani leaf, and a few leaves, and put it in his thumb and put it on my upper palate. Nicely started rubbing with his thumb. The whole pitta and kapha came out through all the 5 holes. 2 eyes, nose, mouth, and through the ears. Through the ears, it won't come like a liquid or solid. It will come like a sound, air. The whole pitta came out. Kapha came out. Then he made me sit. Not only I could perform the pranayama, I could simply see the visualization I am supposed to hold during the pranayama. I tell you, after that, throughout my life, during wandering any time, I never suffered, never took any allopathy medicine for cough or cold, kapha or pitta. Please understand. If you are an Ayurvedic doctor, you will understand what I am saying. Pitta makes your mind feel the mental suffocation. Kapha makes your body feel the suffocation. Pitta binds you, chains you mentally. Kapha binds you, chains you physically. Physically means internal. After this one understanding, of course, even now I don't enjoy ice cream. Rarely, if the disciples want to eat, to give company, if needed, sometimes I take, but there is no liking for the ice cream or any food. That is different. But even due to weather change or any reason, never ever I suffered by pitta or kapha. I want to tell you all, so much of suffering you all go through in your life due to pitta and kapha, and not because of pitta and kapha. See, when you feel the suffocation inside your internal organs due to kapha, you scream at everyone. When you suffer the pitta, even you are not sure about your future. Please understand. See, after that, many times I'll make that karsalangani either as a paste or a powder or some form, just leaf or kalvathila vechi arachi. It means kalvam is a stone, small stone. On that, if you keep the leaf and put little water and make it like a paste. In some form, I'll apply it on my thumb and put it on the palate, upper palate. So the whole pitta and kapha will come out. Listen carefully. It's very important. Because the pitta and kapha is cleansed again and again, not only I never suffered the cough, cold and its impact, I always felt very stable about myself and my future decision. Listen carefully. Your pitta is responsible for making you doubt about yourself and about your future. See, many times you feel insecure. Oh, if I take sannyas, will I be happy in Kailasa? If I take up this commitment, will I be happy in my life? Not being sure about yourself, you destroy your life so much. So many wonderful things in your life is lost because you don't feel sure about yourself. Especially spiritually, consciously. I've seen so many people have this problem. Will I be happy if I take sannyas? Will I be able to be peaceful and happy if I choose to be with Swamiji? Will I be happy if I choose to be in Kailasa? Or is just this karsalangani powder, karsalangani leaf, and every day apply on your upper palate and clean the whole pitta and kapha. Make your body samatva body, samatva sarira. I tell you, not only my guru gave me 5 gulfi ice cream, he gave me something, the greatest, which is useful in my life till today. That is using karsalangani and taking out all the pitta and kapha and making me balanced. Listen, whenever your internal organs are strong, your breathing becomes strong. Strong breathing builds a strong internal organs, strong body. Very easily you will build strong muscles. Karsalangani powder, taking it in your thumb, applying on the upper palate and cleaning all the kapha and pitta is such a simple act. It's not at all difficult. Karsalangani is available even in Amazon nowadays. That powder. And it's available in every village home. In India, in every village, you will see Karsalangani, Ponnangani, Murungakkira, add all this stuff in your life every day. Karisalanganni, Ponnanganni, Tooduvala, Murungakkira. Just the simple strong internal organs. When the kapha is cleansed, you get the stamina in your breathing, strong breathing. When pitta is cleansed, you get the strong visualization. You will not have doubt about yourself. When sometimes people tell me, Swamiji, I can't handle, I don't know how to care about how to carry on with my life. I feel like I may have a mental breakdown. This problem is because of the pitta. If you ever had the feeling, oh, I may have a mental breakdown, I cannot handle this, I'm feeling suffocated. If you had this problem, your problem is simply pitta, nothing else. Apply Karisalanganni on your upper. Clean your pitta. You will have so much confidence about you. You will have so much confidence about you. I tell you, you may never imagine such a simple acts can solve such huge problems in your life. You don't even need to do this cleaning the pitta and kapha every day. But actually, if you start using, you may really enjoy doing every day. If you start doing every day, great. But even if you do 3 times a day, 4 times a day, you will start feeling so much of confidence about yourself. You will be so sure of you. Yes, I can handle life. See, samatvam means at any situation of my life, I am only going to decide everything as per dharma, and same way I will live and leave the body with the same dharma. If needed, I will take another one body, continue to strengthen my dharma till I reach moksha. Over. Being sure about yourself, adopting dharma as the strategy for life. Is the most ultimate peaceful decision you can take in your life. Once you decide, hey, come what may, I am going to decide everything, handle everything based on ma. Over. That moment you are enlightened, you are liberated, you are free. Because after that you don't need your cunning, strategic, culinary mind. See, this extremely selfish, violent, strategic mind may brainwash you that it is very useful for you and can bring a lot of benefits to you in your life. But it takes away your peace by making you doubt about yourself and literally destroys your confidence on you. Listen, if you are a person always strategizes with extreme selfishness, cunningness, calculativeness, and believe that is the best way to exist, all the time you will have a self-doubt. Did I take the right decision early in my past? Am I taking the right decision in the present? Am I squeezing the orange called world life and getting the maximum juice and pleasure out of it for me? Am I really making the world productive for me? In this constant cunningness, you will burn yourself. And this creates so much of stress, suffocation, suffering inside you. Your whole life becomes cunning strategy, and even you are afraid whether you will be able to retain your cunning strategic existence continuously, because you will be attracting the same type of people cunning around you, and everyone around you also will know that you are a complete cunning strategist. Understand? Then you put yourself in a hell. I tell you, a simple, sweet being attracts the same kind of people around him, around them, and create that kind of ecosystem, and everyone feels that person is simple, sweet, and you create a beautiful ecosystem for you to enjoy your life. I tell you, best thing you can earn by being a simple, loving, sweet being, you will attract that same kind of people around you, and people around you will experience you as a sweet being. That gives an amazing, ultimate protection, completion for you forever. This is the greatest gift. Greatest gift being loving can get you is the beings who are loving. Being loving will get you beings who are loving. Being cunning will get you beings who are cunning for you. That's the worst hell. So you can create heaven or hell. It depends on how you decide about you. If you decide, from now, ahimsa paramo dharmaha, dharma is the center with which I'll make all decision. No question of cunning, selfish, constantly exploiting strategies, because those strategies may get small benefits in the initial level, but will start developing deep self-doubt in you, and that feeling, you not being sure about you and how you will behave and live your life in the future. And finally, it will lead to implosion. you collapsing internally. Decide Swalpamapyasya dharmasya trayate mahato bhayat. Krishna says, even if you practice what I am teaching a little bit, problems of mountain size will be destroyed. Even if you follow the Guru walk little bit, tons of problems will be destroyed, which is even unknown to you. See, the best thing is when you follow the Guru walk, simple instructions, the greater problems just disappear. They don't even show up in front of you. You may not even know how many problems you avoided, you escaped. Just this one Karsalangani, cleaning the Vada and Kapha and Pitta. How much I become sure about me. See, when the Kapha and Pitta is balanced, you don't feel suffocated mentally or physically in your internal organs. So you will always take very dharmic decisions, not irritated, agitated, aggressive mood. You will not make decisions. All decisions you make, Kapha and Pitta, are dangerous to your life and to your existence. Keeping the Kapha and Pitta balanced will make you always take very sweet, beautiful decisions. Life will flow such powerful way. No, even if you obey Guru's instruction, one small instruction, 10,000s of big problems will not even come to you. Not only you will be solving any problem comes to you, there are many problems which will never come to you. Many problem will never come to you. Any problem which comes to you, you will simply dissolve it. That is why even now I have the habit. I will not calculate my Guru walks to the direct benefit it brings. See, if I calculate, if I apply Karsalangani on my upper palate and remove the Vada, Pitta, the Kapha and Pitta and Kapha, I will not catch cold. I can breathe freely. If I calculation, only when I have a cough, cold, I will practice and I will have the benefit. But many times simply I'll follow the Guru walk. Wherever I see the Karsalangani in my wanderings and wherever I can get, simply I'll start applying. Because I just want to do what my Gurus told me. Because of my obedience to my Guru walk, not only I never suffered with cough, cold, the Kapha and Pitta problems, I always had a samatva, balanced decision making, dharmic decision making, inner space, which brought tremendous strength about me, being sure about me. I tell you, when I got out of my home, when I left my home, I never had insecurity or not being sure about how I will handle my future, whatever future brings, how I will handle, never had a problem. Same way, in fact, after establishing kingdoms, everything I need for my life, I just walked out of everything. I had the same spirit, courage, confidence. I can rebuild. I can create what I want. I can face my life. Whatever my life brings, I can handle it. I was so sure about me. Me, sure about my ability to handle the future, whatever future may bring. That is what I call my Shraddha towards my Guru Parampara. Hey, I will obey my Guru Vak. Come what may, I have the confidence to face it. That's all was my inner space.